And we're underway here in the final of the boys' 16 years 200 individual medley. Off to the best start with Rio Hayashi in lane 5 from Furbank Aquastars, and he's going to lead through this opening 25. Stays down the longest off the turn and extends his lead at half a body length ahead of Harvey Lark in lane 6 and Mitchell Stewart in lane 4. Rio turns first in a 26.90 and maintains that half a body length lead through that underwater phase of the first 25 of backstroke. With Mitchell Stewart moving slightly ahead of Harvey Lark in the battle for second. Rio's keeping his tempo nice and high in this backstroke as we come down to the backstroke breaststroke turn through the 100-metre turn. Turns in 57.98. Ahead of Mitchell Stewart and Harvey Lark in third, with Joshua Wilkinson in fourth. First three boys under the minute through that first 100. We let Rio's extend his lead through the opening 25 of this breaststroke leg out to a 2-body length lead. And Mitchell Stewart is now a body length ahead of Harvey Lark in the battle for second and third. So Rio now approaches 150-metre turn, turns into the freestyle in 1:33.37. 2.5 seconds ahead of Mitchell Stewart in second. Harvey Lark in third, with Joshua Wilkinson moving onto his hips. But Rio is going to take this race out as we approach the final 15 metres. Mitchell Stewart's tried to make some ground in this freestyle leg, but Rio was too far out in front and will take it out in a time of 2:04.96. I reckon I might correct to a little bit faster than that. Mitchell Stewart in second and Harvey Lark in third. Let's see if it does correct. Emily Vulik, best of the starters in lane 4, closely followed by Hayley McKinder. And Andre Tolentino in third through this first 25. We know that Hayley will come strong in the breaststroke leg, so Emily will look to extend through this backstroke leg to counteract the strong breaststroke from Hayley later on. Also swimming really well out in lane 0 is Skylar Hay, and actually touched second at the 50-metre mark. And Sojin Huang in lane 2 has actually moved into the lead through the 75-metre mark of the backstroke. So Sojin has extended her lead and out to half a body length lead over Emily Vulik, with Andre Tolentino in third and Skylar Hay in fourth. As we approach the end of the backstroke leg and move now onto our breaststroke, seeing a number of different styles of turns. Really important, just whichever turn you are most confident with, you commit and give it your best effort. So Sojin is still leading, with Emily starting to move up alongside her as we watch Hayley McKinder start to make massive grounds through the middle of the field. Through the first 25 of breaststroke, Sojin and Emily are neck and neck, with Skylar Hay maintaining third place, but now comes Hayley McKinder. And Hayley has moved into that third place outright as Emily has retaken the lead over Sojin Huang as we enter this final 50 metres. Sojin starting off really strong kicking though as we head down this first 25 of the freestyle leg, and has reduced the gap just down to half a body length as we approach that final turn, with Hayley McKinder moving into third place, 2 body lengths behind the front two. But 15 metres to go, neck and neck. Sojin Huang's come up alongside Emily, and she's taken the lead for the last 5 metres and is going to take this race out for the 15-year-old girls. Turner to IM in a time of 2:19.30, ahead of Emily Vulik and Hayley McKinder in third. Nice even start here for the boys, 15 years 200 metre individual medley. Swimming well out in lane 2. Uni Geyser is probably the early leader through this butterfly leg in a 27.16, followed by Oscar Kreutzberger and Ashley Nicol. Uni Geyser looks like he's extended his lead over the opening 25 of this backstroke leg, out to 3/4 of body length. Ahead of Oscar Kreutzberger. And a very tight battle between Jake Ridley, Ashley Nichols and Felix Dressel-De Bruin for third place. Jake Ridley has moved into outright third as Une leads through the 100 turn in a 59.90 ahead of Oscar. Fantastic turn there by Jake. Had consolidated his third place. Watch the breaststrokers start to make a move. Ashley Nichols is starting to come alongside Jake for that battle for third. Une Geyser is still leading over in lane 2, followed by Oscar Kreutzberger. Oscar has closed the gap down to half a body length to Une as they approach the final 5 metres of breaststroke leg, about to turn into our last 50 of freestyle here, with Ashley Nichols taking over third place. As we approach the final turn, Ashley Nichols has drawn even and pulled slightly ahead of Une off that last wall. And Ashley Nichols is clearly in third place. It is going to be Oscar to take this out in a 2:06.54 ahead of Une, with Ashley Nichols in third. Best starter down here in lane 8, Indiana Paleg. Now the lane through the middle. It is Romy Hurd who touches first after this first 25. Romy's extended her lead out to about half a body length over the field. Kate Luena moving into second place, with Rani Matherston and Alicia Hanley having a nice battle for third. Romy Hurd turns first in a 34.27. With Kate in third, Rani in fourth, Alicia in third. So Lily leads through the 100 and 106.63 ahead of Jessie, and Annie Steele has now moved into third. So Lily Kosh leading and extending her lead in the opening 10 metres of this breaststroke leg over Jessie Steinman. Those two are battling it out, with Annie Steele now moving into third ahead of Grace Cox. So Lily continues to extend her lead after 25 metres of breaststroke, as out to a 2 body length lead. Jessie Steinman's holding her place in second, with Annie Steele now a body length behind her, but a body length clear of Grace Cox in fourth. Lily turns in a 1:45.63, and that state record is on the cards if she can put together a fantastic performance in this 50 freestyle. Jessie Steinman's holding on to second, but Annie's getting within a body length. Those three are well clear of the rest of the field, with nice tight battle for fourth between Grace Cox in lane 6 and Charlie White in lane 8. Also entering that battle for fourth with Emerson Hoggard over in lane 2. But Lily Kosh is comfortably out in front. Can she get under that state record time? 2:20.62, just misses it by about 0.3 of a second. And Annie Steele getting into second place, just 0.3 of a second ahead of Jessie Steinman. Great swimming by those girls, big swims under their PBs, and Lily went incredibly close to that state record. Archie Kreutzberger getting the best of the starts, also starting well. Tharwin Parathrom over in lane 5 and 3 respectively. Those two boys out to the early lead. Tharwin staying underwater longest on this first turn and coming up on Archie's shoulder as they approach the end of the butterfly leg and transition to their backstroke. So Archie does lead through this fly leg in a 28.72, followed by Tharwin with Harry Heath in third. Archie Kreutzberger has now extended his lead out to 3/4 of body length over both Harry and Tharwin on his inside. Again, Tharwin longest under the water, getting the best of the turn of those three boys, and has reduced the lead back to half body length. And Harry Heath starting to move through as well as they approach the back to breast turn. Touching the wall first still is Archie Kreutzberger, but they're all within 0.3 of a second. Harry Heath had the best of the turns, has now moved into the lead and looks like he's going to extend his lead through this breaststroke leg, with Tharwin moving into second and Archie holding on to third. So Harry's now pulled out a body length lead over both Tharwin and Archie, and is extending out to body length and a half lead as we come to the concluding stages of the breaststroke leg before we move on to our freestyle. So if Harry really accelerates off that wall, using that extra speed to extend his lead at the start of this freestyle leg out to 2.5 body lengths over his teammate in lane 3, Tharwin, with Archie Kreutzberger holding third. Those boys have cleared out from the rest of the field. As we move into the final 15 metres, Harry's going to take the state title out with a fantastic swim here. Tharwin comfortably in second and Archie in third. Harry takes it out in 2:14.61 ahead of Tharwin. Archie in third, and coming into fourth place, Nicholas Trofamerci. Some big swims there from the boys, dropping big time from this morning's heat session. So we have 7 competitors here in the 17-18 years 200 metre butterfly for our females. It was a straight final. And Nicole Briscoe out to the early lead through this first 25 ahead of Brianna Burgess over in lane 2. Some of these swimmers may not have swum a 200 fly this season, so this might be their first chance to have a crack at this fantastic event. Really important to keep that tempo up nice and high, but staying relaxed through this first 50. Nicole turns first from 30.92 ahead of Brianna, and in third place, Kiara Walsh in lane 7. Also starting to move through now into the second 50 is Kiralee Shepherd in lane 4, with Nicole Briscoe still out in front by 3/4 of body length over Brianna Burgess. As we approach the 100 metre turn, still Nicole Briscoe leading by that same 3/4 of body length. She'll turn first here in a 107.11. Half a second clear of Brianna Burgess. And Kiralee Shepherd moving into third place, with Kiara Walsh holding on to fourth. The all-important third 50 here. Make sure you're keeping that tempo up. Really important to keep those hips and feet up nice and high as you start to fatigue. Fantastic off that wall there from Nicole. She's got 7 or 8 metres underwater off that wall. Keeping that tempo going nicely. She's maintaining that lead over Brianna of 3/4 of body length as we approach the 150-metre turn. So the lead is now out to 1.2 seconds as we move into our final 50. Kiralee Shepherd's comfortably got third place in her control. The battle for first is still between Nicole and Brianna. Nicole has led from the start. The margin is reducing. Brianna Burgess is coming nice and strong, and he's going to get it on the touch in a 2:21.40, just ahead of Nicole Briscoe and Kiralee Shepherd in third. MLC teammates Hamish Bowden and Riley Mitchell out fast here in the first 25 of this men's 200 butterfly for the 17, 18-year-olds. Also swimming well through this first 25 is Haruki Nakashimi. Riley Mitchell does turn first in 26.74. Haruki's fantastic on that second 100, so you'd think you'd want to be in front of him if you want a chance to win this state title. So Riley's obviously trying to put himself in a position to do just that, as he leads through the 75 by a body length over Haruki and Hamish. Riley turns through the 100 in a 57.53, followed by Haruki and Hamish in third. Those three boys are clear of the field, and we're all under the minute for that 100. Haruki starts to make his move now and has closed the distance down to half a body length and staying underwater nice and long off that wall. Riley continues to lead as we approach the 150-metre turn, but it's now down to a quarter of a body length and just 0.5 of a second in it as they head into that final 50, with Hamish Bowden only 3/4 of the body length behind in third. Fantastic turn, and Haruki has now moved into the lead as we approach the 175-metre turn. With 25 metres to go, Hamish Bowden is now challenging his teammate for second place. Haruki is broken clear here and is going to take this heat out comfortably and win the state title in a time that is going to challenge that 2:00 mark, 2:01.08. Hamish comes home into second place ahead of his teammate Riley Mitchell in third. This race will be over nice and quickly. Really important to get a good start, good underwater works, good breakout, good into that turn, good off the wall, good breakout off the turn, and good finish. All those skills done at high speeds can lead to a fantastic time. Very even across the start here through the first 25. Looks like it will just be Alana Torrance leading through the first 25. Stays the longest underwater off the wall and is just ahead of Talia Rush. Those two are going to battle out this state title here, and it is going to be Alana Torrance who takes it out in 26.5 over 5.0 ahead of Talia, with Molly Cargill in third, in a tie with Clara Seidel. So Alana first, Talia second, and Molly and Clara in equal third place. Another one of our fast 50-metre events. And the 16-year-old boys are underway here. Liam Molloy, the best of the starters, closely followed by Lockley Elgin, as those two boys turn in the leads, but very tight. Throwing long underwater was Alan Liang over in lane 2. Just in front is Lachlan. Will he hold on though? It is Liam who touches. Oh no, Lachlan and Liam. So Liam Molloy takes it out with Lachlan Egan in a 23.98. And in third place, Alan Liang. So our 15-year-old girls are ready to go here in this 100-metre backstroke. Getting the best of the starts over in lane 2, Olivia Bailey. And she looks like she's going to lead through this first 25. With Amelia Blake in second place in lane 4. Amelia has now come up alongside Olivia as we approach the 50-metre turn. Amelia has moved into the lead and will turn first in a 30.71, just ahead of Olivia, with Jessica Wilson in third. Amelia has now extended her lead out to half a body length as we approach the 75-metre turn. Olivia is still holding strong in second, with Jessica Wilson half a body length further behind in third place. Those three will contest the medals here. Amelia still leads, but Olivia Bailey's coming over the top and finishing really strong. Jessica Wilson on the wall. It is Olivia Bailey who takes it out, followed by Jess Wilson and Amelia Blake in third. 0.01 of a second, so 104.92. Olivia Bailey was 0.01 ahead of Jessica Wilson to take out the state title. So our 15-year-old boys hop into the water for their 100-metre backstroke state short course championship final. All the boys out past 10 metres underwater, coming up right at 15-metre mark. Eamon McCarthy from Warragul taking the early leads. Moving through in lane 4, Unai Geisler and Campbell Wilson Moran. Those three boys are just ahead of the rest of the field as we now approach the 50-metre turn. Unai does turn first, with Eamon in second, Campbell in third, and Brian Zeng in lane 1 in fourth. Brian had a fantastic turn, has probably moved up alongside Eamon in that battle for third, as Unai has extended his lead over Campbell. As we approach that final turn, both off the wall, Unai still leads by half a body length over Campbell Wilson Moran as we come out into the final 10 metres, but the battle for third is now a three-way fight between Jack Morrow, Eamon McCarthy and Brian Zhang. Taking the is out is Unai in 57.43. In second place, Campbell Wilson Moran, and getting that in for the battle for third is Jack Morrow just ahead.
Take your mark.
Off to the best of the starts here in lane 5. Judy Hussain Iman, as she did all this morning. Some fantastic first 25s. Really working those underwaters, taking advantage of her dolphin kicking skills. And she's extended this lead through the first 50 to out to 3/4 of body length lead over Alicia Clark in lane 2 and Romy Hurd in lane 4, with Brooke Briscoe just behind those two in 4th. Judy has extended her lead out to a full body length on the opening 25 of the backstroke. Brooke Briscoe has now moved into 2nd place as they turn halfway through this backstroke leg. Good turn there from Alicia Clark, has brought her back level with Brooke in that battle for 2nd. And they're starting to make ground on Judy in this second 25 of the backstroke leg. And Brooke is now within half a body length as they turn from backstroke into breaststroke. Judy leading in a 107.26, 0.1 of a second ahead of Brooke. In the opening 15 metres of breaststroke, Judy's re-established that half a body length lead over Brooke, but starting to make her move through the middle is Romy Hurd. So Judy continues to lead. Now Robbie is within a body length and is starting to make ground in this last 25 of breaststroke. They look like they're going to turn neck and neck into this final 50 of freestyle, with Brooke Briscoe just half a body length behind. Romy does touch first, 0.4 of a second ahead of Judy as we move into our freestyle leg. Then still neck and neck in the opening 25 of freestyle. Judy's coming back on Romy and is now retaking the lead as we go into this final turn. Judy got the best of the turns. Both of the girls trying to bring in their legs. But it does look like Judy is going to hold on. Brooke Briscoe's making a late charge to try and catch up. It's not going to make the difference. Judy's going to take this out ahead of Romy with Brooke in 3rd. Judy's winning time of 2:22.60. So our 14-year-old boys underway here in their 200-metre individual medley. Best starter is Eric He in lane 6. And also starting well is Tian Berger in lane 3. Those two lead through this first 25 of our butterfly leg. Really important, our butterfly leg, to get through it fast and relaxed. Tian Berger is held on to that lead through that first 25 and now touches first at the 50 in a 28.0, just ahead of George Huang and Hamish Robson in third, with our early leader Eric He back in fourth. George Huang leads through the 100 at a 101.82 after a fantastic backstroke leg. Tian Berger now in second, with Eric He moving into third, having a great battle with Hamish Robson. The crowd support picks up here through this breaststroke leg. George Huang still leads. Tian Berger's not going away, maintaining that half a body length position behind George as we move through the final part of our breaststroke leg. Hamish Robson has now moved into a clear third position, 3/4 body length ahead of Eric He. George Huang does lead through the breaststroke leg into our freestyle leg, 1.5 seconds ahead of Tian Berger, with Hamish Robson in third. George is holding on to that one body length lead as we approach the final turn. Tian's trying to make a move and come back at him in this final 25, but it's going to be a tough task to catch up that body length lead. George is maintaining that lead and is going to take this 14-year-old boys 200-metre individual medley state title out in a 2:10.15 ahead of Tian Berger and Hamish Robson in third. Fantastic to see almost the complete heat of boys swim faster than their times that they posted in this morning's heat session. So our newest state record was set this morning by Lily Kosh of a 1:11.29. Let's see if she can go even faster in tonight's final. She's out to the early lead with Annie Steele and Sienna Tui battling for second. Salia White also off to a good start over in lane 2. So Lily has extended her lead out to a body length and a half through this first 50. Zoe Schneider has moved into second place. Lily turns through in a 33.41 ahead of Zoe and Sali in third. That battle for the minor places is very tight, but Lily is now out to almost a 2 body length lead through this third 25. Sienna Tui finished nice and strongly this morning, so look for her to make a comeback over this final 25. Zoe Schneider is still holding on to second. in the really tight battle for third between Sienna, Annie and Sali. Lily has 10 metres left to swim here, looking to add that time that she posted this morning of a 1:11.29. Can she go even faster? She can indeed. 1:10.81, re-establishes her state record. Zoe Schneider finishes second, Sienna Tui in third, Annie Steele fourth, and Sali White in fifth. Again, fantastic to see so many of our swimmers swim faster than they swam in this morning's heat session. Congratulations on that state record, Lily. Harry Heath in lane 4 and Darwin Parathorn both swam well earlier, and they're off to a great start here in their 100 breaststroke. Tough acts to follow after our state record from Lily in the previous event. Harry Heath is out in front. Half a body length clear of Darwin, with Nathan Nye just moving into second place as we approach the 50-metre turn. Turning through in first is Harry Heath in a 31.91. Followed by Nathan, with Darwin in third. Harry's continuing to extend his lead out to a body length and a half and the 75-metre mark. Nathan holding on to second, just ahead of Darwin, as we move into our final 25. Harry's now 2.5 body lengths clear. And Darwin is challenging Nathan for second. Harry is going to take this out in a time of 1:07.45. And on the touch, Nathan finishes second and Darwin third, with Nikolai Trofamerci in fourth. Isabella Boyd out nice and fast in lane 4, but also going well down here in lane 8. Junhui Kim. Those two turn first at the 25-metre mark. Isabella's continued to keep the pressure on, and now moving into second place is Charlie Millard in lane 5. Isabella will turn first up this butterfly leg in 28.77, ahead of Charlie Millard, with Yun Hui Kim in third, and Chantel Underwood in fourth. Those four have just cleared out from the field a little bit, with Nicole Briscoe bringing up the second pack. Isabella Boyd is now out to body length and a half lead over Charlie Millard through the first 25 of backstroke, and looks to continue this lead, build the lead over the second 25 of our backstroke leg. She turns first through in a 1:03.01. 2 seconds clear of both Charlie Millard and Yun Hui Kim. We move on to our breaststroke leg. Chantel Underwood got a fantastic turn and has moved into third place. Charlie Millard is starting to make some ground on Isabel Boyd in this breaststroke leg. As we move into the second 25 of our breaststroke, Isabella Boyd is still out by 2 body lengths over Charlie Millard, with Chantel Underwood now moving into third and Nicole Briscoe in fourth. Isabella Boyd will turn into the 50 freestyle with a 2-second lead over Charlie Millard. Chantel Underwood is comfortably in third, a body length clear, Nicole Briscoe in fourth. This race is all Isabella Boyd's. She's 3.5 metres clear of Charlie Millard as we go into this final 25. Bringing a nice strong kick, finishing this off in a very fast time. And it's going to take this out in a 2:14.01 ahead of Charlie Millard in second and Chantel Underwood in third. Sure, some of these boys paid attention to Rio Hawashi's winning time in the 16 years 200 IM, and we'll be looking to try and make sure the 17, 18-year-old boys are the fastest for the day. Getting out nice and strong is Calvin Loran. Fantastic first 50 of 25.5 from Callum. He's out by 2 body lengths through this first 25 of the backstroke leg, ahead of Max Bosley, and a tight battle in lane 2 and 3 between Tyler Theodore and Owen Williams-Polly. So Callum turns through the 156.78. Definitely responding to that challenge set by the 16-year-old boys in the 200 IM. And Callum has stepped up and is putting together a great swim so far here as he leads by 2 body lengths through the first 25 of the breaststroke leg. Max Bosley is comfortably in second place. And it's still a tight battle between Owen and Tyler for third. But swimming really well down here in lane 7. Oliver McKenzie has actually moved into the third place through this breaststroke leg. Callum is well clear by 4.5 seconds as we move into this freestyle leg. Over Max Bosley. And Cameron McLeod in lane 8 is holding on to third as Callum comes under the final 10 metres and will take this title out in a time of 2:02.59. Max Bosley will hold on for second, and Cameron McLeod comes in for third, ahead of Owen, Isaac, and Oliver. Our 16-year-old girls are underway here in this 200 breaststroke. Alana Torrance in lane 4, out to the early leads. With Madeline Horvath right on her shoulder through that opening 25. And Darcy Lee Kercheval in third. Alana still leads through this first 50 in a 34.27, half a second ahead of Madeline Horvath. With Darcy Lou Kercheval still in third and having a battle with Dakota Mathers over here in lane 6. Again, finishing on a full stroke there. Alana getting through that turn nice and quickly and has extended out to a body length lead over Madeline Horvath as we approach the 100-metre turn. Alana leads through in a 1:12.39 ahead of Madeline Horvath, with Darcy in third and Dakota in fourth. The battle for third and fourth is under a second as we move into this third 50. Alana is maintaining her body length and a half lead over Madeline as we move halfway through this third 50. Fantastic turn there by Alana, and she looks like she's trying to pick up this rate in this third 50, and it's moved out to a 2 body length lead as we enter the final 50-metre turn. Alana turns through in a 1:50.84 ahead of Madeline Horvath, with Darcy still in third ahead of Dakota. Now a second and a half between that battle for third and fourth. Alana has continued to extend her lead through this second 100 and is now out to a 5-metre lead over Madeline Horvath. Alana comes under the flags and is going to take this state title out in a time of 2:30.66 ahead of Madeline Horvath. In second, Darcy Lou Kercheval in third and Dakota Mathers in fourth. Nice even start across the field here in this boys 16 years 200 metre breaststroke. With Dominic Chan the leader through the first 25, but still all boys within half a body length of each other. As we move towards the first 50, and touching first at the 50 will be Lachlan Chen, just ahead of Dominic Chan. And in third place, Owen Worsham and Mitchell Stewart. The boys are starting to separate a little bit through the 75 metre mark, with Lachlan Chan still out in front. And our Surrey Park duo of Owen and Mitchell starting to make a move in the middle of the pool, and have moved ahead of their teammate out here in lane 7 in Dominic. Turning first at the 100 and 108.10 is Lachlan Chan. Just ahead of Owen Worsham and Mitchell Stewart, all through in a 108. Also starting to move into contention now is Jacob Nemo in lane 3. So Lachlan over in lane 2 still continues to lead, just ahead of Owen and Mitchell in lane 4 and 5. Owen's nearly pulled up alongside him as we turn at the 150, with only 0.2 of a second between those first two. Lachlan got the better of the turns, has maintained that slight advantage over Owen. Owen is trying to increase the rate now and has moved into the lead. If he can time this turn on a full stroke, does that pretty well. He's moved just ahead of Lachlan Chan, and will look to extend this lead in the last 25 metres. Coming home strong is Mitchell Stewart trying to challenge, but Owen Worsham does look like he's going to take this heat out and the state title in a time of 2:21.02, just ahead of Lachlan Chan, and in third place Mitchell Stewart. Look for Giselle Davey to be leading at the 15-metre mark with her strong underwaters. Alicia Spears will also be in contention after that start. So Giselle and Alicia are 1-2 as they break out. Giselle extends her lead now and will go through the turn, half a body length clear of the field. It is all Giselle. The battle for second is super tight, with Skylar Hay moving into second ahead of Emily Vucic. But Giselle takes it out in 25.72. Skylar in second, Emily in third.
Ashley Nichol, the only boy under 24 seconds in the heats this morning. Let's see if anyone else can join him. Ashley does get the best of the starts. Also swimming well over in lane 2 is Felix as they turn through the first 25, and Ethan in lane 5. Those three look to be the medal winners at the moment. Ashley is going to take this one out. It's a tight battle for second, with Ethan getting the touch ahead of Edward for third. 23.27 from Ashley Nichols to take out the state title from Warragul. What a fantastic swim there. first, Nell Pete. And now alongside her, Isabella Osborne. So lane 4 and 5 leading through this first 25. Isabella Osborne has now established herself as the outright leader here as we approach the 50-metre turn. Nell Pete in second, just ahead of Miranda Gu in third. With also swimming well, Judy Hussain Iman. So Isabella Osborne continues to lead. Nell Pete's on her shoulder as we approach the 75-metre turn with after a fantastic third 25. Isabella Osborne leads through this turn. Nell Pete comes up alongside her after the turn, and they're going to go neck and neck for this final 10 metres. Stroke for stroke. Isabel, then neat. Then Isabel on the touch, does get the touch ahead of Nell, with Judy Hussain in third. Isabel's winning time of 103.76. All important timing on that finish to finish on a full stroke. Helped Isabella take out that state title in the girls' 14 years 100-metre butterfly. Eric He, our fastest qualifier, was the only one under the minute this morning in the heats. And Eric will lead after the start, but George Chuang right up alongside him through this first 25. Eric leads by about 0.3 of a second through this first 25. And really working those underwaters, coming up at that 10-metre mark. Has now pulled out to 3/4 of the body length lead as we approach the 50-metre turn. Eric He will turn through first in 26.95, followed by George, and in third place Hamish Robson. Still maintaining that body length lead as we move into this third 25, and is now looking to hit that wall on a full stroke. which Eric does well and leads through into this final 25. George Huang in second, and Hamish Robson still maintaining third with a tight battle over Charles Snare in lane 6. Maintaining that lead of a body link from that second 25 all the way through the wall. Eric He takes down a 57.44 ahead of George Huang, and in third place Hamish Robson getting the touch over Charles Snare. So we slowed down a little bit from our speed that we were just on before into our middle distance 200 freestyle, or a long sprint really. Alana McDuff in lane 3 leads through this first 25, and ahead of Arabella Tomlinson down here in lane 9. As we start to settle down, Alana McDuff still leads, now ahead of Sophie Jacker and Annie Steele. So the middle of the pool has started to move ahead, with Alana turning in 29.71. Alana has now started to extend to half a body length lead over Sophie and Annie Steele. Also swimming well in 4th and 5th place, out in lane 0 and 1, Francis and Abby. So as we approach the 100-metre turn, still Alana McDuff leads through in a 102.68. Half a second ahead of Sophie, with Annie and further half a second behind. Sophie Jacker looks like she's trying to make a bit of a move here in this third 50, and Annie Steele is going with her. So the gap between all three of those swimmers is now under half a body length as we approach the 150-metre turn. Sophie Jacker has taken over the lead, with Alana just holding off Annie for second. As we turn through at this 150-metre mark, Sophie leads through in a 136.28, and all these swimmers within 0.6 of a second. So now moving into second place is Annie Steele, as she comes right up alongside Sophie Jacker and challenges for first, with Alana McDuff in third place. Annie Steele does turn first into this final 25 and has pulled out a little bit of a lead, but Sophie Jacker tries to respond now. They're going neck and neck, 5 minutes to go. Sophie's pulling back in front. All about who gets their hand on the wall first, and Sophie does take it out in a 2:07.88. Annie's in second, and in third place, Alana McDuff. Fantastic swim from those girls.
We're underway here with our 13-year-old boys 200-metre freestyle. Archie Kritzberger, fastest of the starters, and he will turn first through the first 25. Also going well, as per usual, in that first 25. Darwin over in lane 3. And swimming well in lane 0, Maximilian Koya. Archie leads through at a 28.69. Ahead of Darwin. And Zachary Shearer moving into third place. Zachary has now moved into second place, closing in on the gap on Archie, but Archie does still lead through the 75-metre turn. It's nice and even across the field, with the top 7 within 3/4 of the body length of each other. As we approach the 100-metre turn, it is still Archie leads in a 101.21. The top 7 boys all turned in those 101s, so within 0.6 of a second of each other as we move into this all-important third 50. Archie continues to lead. He's not giving up that lead very easily. Moving into second now is Harry Heath. Good turn by Harry, has drawn alongside Archie. And Darwin has also drawn alongside his teammate in lane 4. So the Wadding boys in lane 3 and 4 are taking it up to Archie as we move through to this 150-metre turn, whereas Archie's still in the lead. 0.2 of a second ahead of the Wadding boys, as now Harry Heath starts to take over the lead. As those top 3 have cleared out from the rest of the field in that third 50. Harry turns first, Darwin in second, and Archie in third heading into this last 25. The Wadding boys are going head-to-head over this last 25. Darwin is coming nice and strong. Harry's holding him off. Will Darwin be able to come over the top? Looks like Harry's just going to hold on and win in a time of 2:02.81. Head of Darwin with Archie in third. And out in lane 0, Maximilian Koya getting in for fourth. It's our middle three swimmers, Paris, Holly and Isabella, all in the 25-point range this morning. Holly in lane 4, leads through that first 15, just ahead of Isabella Boyd. Through the turn, those two are neck and neck, slightly ahead of Paris Burlock. Best off the turn was Isabella Boyd. She's fractionally ahead of Holly. Paris isn't giving the game away either. But it is between Holly and Isabella as they go into touch. Isabella takes it down to 25-4-2, ahead of Holly. Neville in second and Paris Burlock in third. Another 50-metre race here, all about executing fantastic skills at high intensity. Yanning Zhang, best of the underwaters, coming up right at the 15-metre mark, leads through these early stages and through the 25, has a quarter of body length lead over Toby Comish. Extending that lead through a fantastic second underwater. Yanning Zhang is going to take this state title out. How fast can he go? Toby will finish in second, but Yanning takes this out to 22.26 ahead of Toby. And in third place, Callum Hullivan Lavelle. 22.26. And he's broken Matt Temple's Victorian age group record. Congratulations, Yanning. Our 16-year-old girls here are underway in their 100-metre backstroke state championship final. Maddie Doyle in lane 7, out to the early lead. Ahead of Emma Gregory in lane 5 as those two lead through the first 25, with Emma just taking over the lead on that turn. Doing a good turn in lane 6 is Tamara, and she's moved alongside Emma as we approach the 50-metre turn. And it is Emma who leads through ahead of Tamara, with Alexandra Skinner moving into 3rd and Maddie Doyle in 4th. Those 4 swimmers are just about a half body length clear of the rest of the field and look like they will battle out the medals as we approach the 75-metre turn. First to get their feet on the wall is Alexandra Skinner in lane 4. It's neck and neck though into this last 25. Tamara has moved back into the lead, but Alex is coming strong. Looks like she's just ahead now as we approach the flags under the wall. Alex will take it out in a 1:05.02 ahead of Emma Gregory and Tamara in 3rd. All 4 of those girls in the 1:05 range. Fantastic swimming once again by our 16-year-old girls. staying underwater to the full 15-metre mark. James Lewina coming up first through this first 25. Alongside him, Daniel Schicklock. And also swimming well out there in lane 2, Rio Hayashi. Those three are going to lead through the first 50. As James Llewellyn turns first, just ahead of Daniel Schicklock. And Rio in third place. All three of those boys turning through in a 27. Joining them in the 27 mark, Joshua Carnes. Those four will battle out for the medals. As we turn through the 75-metre mark, James has extended his lead. Rio's really working this last turn and has moved into second place with 10 metres to go. Him and Daniel battle for the second place, but it is going to be James who holds on to the lead in a 56.87. Daniel finishing second, second Victoria Rio Hayashi, and third Victorian Joshua Cairns. Again, look for Giselle Davey to be the early leader through some fantastic underwaters, and she just does just that, and will lead through this first 25 here in the 15-year-old girls 100-metre butterfly state final. In second is Alicia Spears in lane 3, and the battle for third is really tight, but Sojun Huang is just in front of the rest of the field. Giselle turns through the 50 at 28.96, ahead of Alicia, and Sojun in third. Giselle has now extended her lead out to a body length as we approach the 75-metre wall. She lands just a little bit long on that wall, but still gets through nice and fast. The battle for second is nice and tight now, with Sojun pulling upside alongside Alicia. Giselle is going to take this one out. She's 2 body lengths clear as we come in the last 5 metres, but the battle for second is nice and tight as Sojun has moved clear into second. Giselle wins this in a 101.35 ahead of Sojun, and Alicia in third. With a good swim by Corrine Tan over in lane 1 to take out fourth. On
Ashley Nichols, our winner in the 50 freestyle, out for the fastest start. And he does lead through just at the 25-metre mark, but started to come through the boys in the centre, Nathan Coyer, Oscar Kreutzberg, and Ethan Jones and Andrew Ryland. Andrew Ryland leads through at the 50 in a 27.21, ahead of Oscar Kreutzberger and Nathan Coyer. Through the 75, Oscar Kreutzberger has taken over the lead. Just ahead of Andrew Ryland. They're going stroke for stroke for the final 15 metres. Oscar is just starting to pull ahead, and coming through strong in lane 5 is Ethan Jones, but Oscar takes it out in a 57.86 ahead of Ethan Jones. In second Victorian will be Andrew Ryland, and third Victorian Ashley Nichols. 5 swimmers under that magical minute mark. Look for Nell Pete over in lane 0 to get off to a good start on those underwaters. And she does just that, but it is Romy Hurd that is taking the lead through the first 15. Romy Hurd leads with 10 metres to go. Bella Murchie starting to challenge her, also swimming well in lane 2, Alicia Clark, but it is Romy Hurd who takes it out ahead of Bella Murchie and Alicia Clark in third. Romy's winning time of 27.06. In the centre starting well, Charnberger and Nicholas Kearns. They look to be the leaders through the first 20 metres as we approach this turn. Charnberger turns first and continues to lead off the wall, but some fantastic under the waters from George Huang has moved him into the lead. Charnberger's coming back, and it's going to be all about the touch on the wall, and it is Charnberger who gets the touch in a 24.51 ahead of George Huang and Nicholas Kearns in third. Lily Kosh out to a slight lead through the first 15 metres, and will look to extend that if she can time it, her finish on the wall a little bit long into the wall, so Zoe Snyder and Grace Cox have pulled up alongside her. Zoe Snyder comes out in the lead after that first turn. Lily's starting to re-establish herself as we approach the 50-metre turn. This time Zoe Snyder touches first in a 30.08. With Lily just 0.03 behind. They come up even again, with Lily looking to make a little bit of ground in this third 25 and pull fractionally ahead again. It's all about getting that timing on the wall so you can get a full stroke on the wall, get through that turn nice and fast. They turn dead even into this final 25 with Grace Cox in third. Fantastic underwaters from Lily has extended her lead, and she's now out to half a body length lead in this final 25. Down here, Grace Cox and Sophie Jacker coming strong in this final 25. It will be Lily Kosh taking out the heat win and the title in a 104.49 ahead of Zoe Snyder, and in third place, Sophie Jacker. underway here in our final individual event of the evening. Out fast, Archie Kreutzberger in lane 4. And he will turn first at the 25-metre mark, ahead of Darwin in lane 2. Also swimming well is William in lane 3, Harry in lane 5, and John in lane 6. Through the first 50, it is still Archie who leads. No, sorry, William has moved into the lead in 29.54. Just getting the touch ahead. Those first 5 boys are all within a second of each other as we go down this third 25. Archie's re-established his lead here in this third 25 and will touch first and move into his final 25 in the lead. Staying underwater longest is Darwin over in lane 2, and he's moved into second. Coming through strong in lane 5 is Harry Heath, and he's challenging his teammate for that second and third place, but it will be Archie to take this out in a time of 1:02.03. Harry Heath gets the touch for second, with Darwin in third. And Dion in fourth.
just the two teams here in this opening heat of our girls 13-14 4x50 freestyle relay. Ringwood leads through Lucy over the first 25, with Shepparton being represented by Madison. So Lucy leads through that first 50 into 32.06, ahead of Madison in 34.24. Expect the volume to pick up in the crowd as each of these heats goes on. Now Zoe for Ringwood is continuing to maintain this lead. Closing the gap though is Emily from Shepparton. As we approach the halfway mark in the second exchange, Zoe hands off in front. The gap is now down to just on 1 second. Fantastic changeover from Shepparton has probably reduced that gap a little bit more as we move through this third leg of this opening heat. These are time finals, so these times the swimmers post will be compared to the results of the other heats to determine the medal winners. Shepparton has now moved into the lead thanks to Izzy, and they'll touch first at this final exchange. 0.7 of a second ahead of Ringwood. Shepparton now look like they're extending their lead in this fourth and final leg as we enter the last 25, and Kiara Shaw will come into touch for Shepparton and take this opening heat out and put a time on the board for the following heats to try and beat. So Shepparton will take this heat out in a time of 2:06.97 ahead of Ringwood. Heat 2 underway here. And off to the early lead is Geelong B team in lane 5. That's Sarah Pravilli who's leading Geelong out. Also doing well early is Sale. So the two country teams in lane 5 and 6 battling for the early heat lead, and it is Sarah who touches first in 29.39. But Sale had the better of the changeovers and has moved into the lead. Geelong look like they are going to respond in the swimming portion of this leg, and they both turn together halfway through this second leg. Sale has re-established their lead, and now moving into contention is Ringwood A team. Sale leads through the 100 changeover, just ahead of Ringwood, with Geelong B team in third. So now we're halfway through our third leg, and it looks like Geelong is retaking the lead as they're going neck and neck with Sale as we approach the final exchange. Geelong has extended their lead, and coming strongly over in lane 2 is Oasis Otters, but Geelong will hold on and take this second heat out in 2:01.39, 0.2 of a second ahead of Oasis Otters. And in third place, M1. So 2:01.39 is now the new time to beat as we head towards heat 3.
underway here in Heat 3. And it is in lane 4, Doncaster Templestowe getting the best of the starts in their opening leg through Victorian Mackenzie. Also swimming well over for Ivanhoe Aquapower in lane 0 is Rose Donald. And down here on this side, Michaela Larkin and Zoe Schneider for Swimland and Ballarat Gold. But Victoria Mackenzie does lead through in a 28.37 as Doncaster continue to lead halfway through this second leg in Heat 3. So Emerson Hogan has probably extended the lead for Doncaster as we approach the second exchange. And they change over here in a 57.76 ahead of Western Aquatic Academy swimming. And in third place in lane 9, Ballarat Gold. So Doncaster Templestowe still continue to lead as they have from the start here in Heat 3, maintaining that 2 body length lead over Western Aquatic Academy swimming. And they lead at the final exchange by just on 2 seconds. Fantastic change over there from Western Aquatic, and they've caught up, and it's going to be neck and neck as we approach the final turn, with Doncaster just half a body length still in front. But Sophie Bowen from Western Aquatic is charging hard and has taken over the lead with 10 metres to go and is looking to take this heat out for Western Aquatic Academy, and they do take it out in 1:57.92 ahead of Doncaster Templestowe, with Warragul in third. So our new time to beat is that time of Western Aquatic Academy in a 1:57.92. Through Annabelle Jorgensen, Cheltenham lead in a 28.20 through the opening leg. Now moving through in the middle of the pool is Traralgon and Loreto Aquatic. Traralgon is now out to a quarter body length lead over Loreto, with third place, Melbourne Vic Center. B team down here in lane 8. So Traralgon touched first at the halfway mark. Half a body length clear of Loreto Aquatic, with Melbourne Vic Center B team down here in lane 8 in third. Dragons continue to lead through the first half of this third leg, but Loreto is now charging and has taken over the lead as we approach this final change. So Loreto Aquatic will go into the final change in front, and a good change from both Loreto and Traralgon. Nice even race, and Traralgon gets the better of the underwaters and have popped up even with Loreto. The battle for third, with now Wadding moving to third place. The Wadding B team over in lane 3 are starting to take ground off both Traralgon and Loreto. Traralgon's marginally ahead as we approach the final 10 metres, but Loreto is coming back and coming over the top, and he's going to take this heat out in time of 1:55.78. Ahead of Traralgon, with Wadding B team in third. So the new time to beat was set by Loreto of a 1:55.78 as we move on to our 5th and final heat. Alicia Clark got Wadding A off to a lead in this opening heat, but Lily Kosh for Melbourne, for MLC has now moved into the lead halfway through this second leg. Lily's half a body lead clear of Wadding, with Melbourne Swimming Club through Romy Hurd challenging Wadding for that second place. And it's all tight, very tight between those three teams at the changeover, with anyone in with a chance out of those three teams. MLC do continue to lead as we are halfway through the third leg now, ahead of Wadding and Melbourne Vic Center in lane 7. Also swimming well over in lane 2 is our Geelong A team as we enter the final changeover, with MLC still ahead. Fantastic underwaters by Wadding to move back into second place, and the battle for third between Melbourne Vic Center and Melbourne Swimming Club, MLC B team and Geelong, is anyone's race. So MLC A team is going to take this out. Wadding is in second, holding off a charge from Melbourne Swimming Club and Geelong. MLC will take this out. Wadding in second and Melbourne Swimming Club third. Fantastic finish for our 13-14 girls 200 freestyle relay. Those times from that team, that heat, were the fastest times. So medal winners will come from that final heat. We will move now on to event 48, the boys 13-14 200 metre freestyle relay. CGGS Aquatic lead early here through Oliver's 27.13, ahead of Oscar for Yara Plenty Waves. So just the two teams in this opening heat. But a very tight battle with these two teams. Yara Plenty has now moved into the lead, extending out to a body length lead as we approach the second changeover. Yara Plenty lead through in a 58.48. Ahead of CGGS. So Yara Plenty has continued to extend their lead through this third leg, and now out to an 8 metre lead as we approach the final changeover. Yara Plenty had an entry time of 2:04.5 compared to CGGS Aquatics 2:11.40. So Yara Plenty is comfortably in front as we move into the final 25 here. Yara Plenty will take out this opening heat in a time of 2:03.39, with CGGS coming in at 2:06.81. So both of those boys' teams swimming under their entry times. Underway here in Heat 2 of our boys 13-14. 4x50 freestyle relay. The early lead is Will Tan from Furbank Aquastars in lane 3. Just ahead of Riley Lowe from Sale. Will Tan will take the lead through the first exchange in a 27.18. Ahead of Warragul and Sale in third. Taking over the lead through the second change with Sale, but now Warragul has moved clear in his third leg with Sale on their shoulder and moving into third with Darcy Stewart is Surrey Park B team. At that final exchange, Warragul leads ahead of Sale and Surrey Park in third. But now moving back into third is Furbank Aquastars, having a great battle with Northwest Aquatic. Warragul will take this heat out. Furbank is making late charge for second and having a ding-dong battle with Sale, but Warragul will take this heat out in a 1:53.3. Furbank in second, Sale in third. So that time of 1:53.36 from Warragul is the new time to beat as we head on to Heat 3. Bayside lead through this opening exchange at a 26.26 thanks to a swim bite from Cooper. They have held on to their lead just ahead of Melton as we approach the second change, but flying through here now is Melbourne Vic Center A over in lane 0, and they lead through the halfway mark in 53.0. So Melbourne Vic Center is now a body length clear of Bayside in second, with Ringwood and Melton battling for third in this third of 4 heats. Now Bayside has moved back into the lead with Melton in second and Ringwood and Melbourne Vic Center battling for that third place as we do the final exchange. Bayside leads by over a second ahead of Melton, with Melbourne Vic Center in third and Ringwood in fourth. Melton is coming nice and strong here in this last leg and has closed down the gap to Bayside to half a body length and has taken a fantastic turn, has popped up in the lead. As we come under the last 10 metres, Melton is cleared out and is going to take this Heat 3 out in a time of 1:48.22 ahead of Bayside, with Ringwood holding on for third. So Melton is our new leader after 3 heats at a 1:48.22. As behind the blocks is our 4th and final heat of our boys event 48, 13, 14, 200 metre freestyle relay. John Berger gets Wadding off to a lead here in this final heat in 24.61, followed by Melbourne Swimming Club and Surrey Park over in lane 0. So Wadding continues to lead over Melbourne Swimming Club. Now moving into 3rd is MLC in lane 3, closely followed by Wadding B in lane 2. So we lead through that 100 changeover here. Wadding leads over Melbourne Swimming Club and MLC in 3rd. Tight battle for 4th between Kangaroo Aquatic, Wadding B team. As we approach the final exchange, Wadding A team is out to a body length lead over Melbourne Swimming Club and MLC in 3rd, just ahead of Wadding and Camberwell. That's Wadding B team ahead of Camberwell's A team. So Wadding A team is going to take this race out as they lead by 2 body lengths into this final 25 over Melbourne Swimming Club. It's a tight battle for 3rd with Campbell Grammar Aquatic and MLC neck and neck in the final 10 metres. Wadding take it out at 1:39.99 ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club and Campbell Grammar Aquatic in 3rd. Those times were the final fastest times from the heat, so those will be our medal winners. So underway here in event 49, the girls 13 to 18 years, 200 medley relay. So we've had the 13-14 freestyle relays. Now we're moving to the 13-18 medley relays. So in this opening heat, Swimland leads through the backstroke leg and has extended their lead in the opening 25 of the breaststroke. Coming through now strongly in lane 4 is D5 Swimming Club. But Swimland will touch first at the 100 turn ahead of D5 and Cheltenham in 3rd.
So Swimland continue to lead over D5 with a nice battle for third between Cheltenham and Ivanhoe. Aqua Power going on in lanes 2 and 3. Swimland maintains their lead but is now closing down as D5 draws up onto their shoulders. And D5 will touch first as we go into the final freestyle leg. Ahead of Swimland and Ivanhoe Aqua Power in third. As we've got 25 to go now, D5 leads just ahead of Swimland. Cheltenham has moved back into third. Ivanhoe Aqua Power in fourth and Furbank in fifth. But Furbank is coming nice and strongly and might get up to third in this heat. D5 is going to hold on for the win in a 2:13.46. 4:7, sorry. Ahead of Swimland and Cheltenham in third. So through the backstroke leg of Heat 2, Laverton leads over Northwest Aquatic with Gizmore Thunder in third. It looks like it's all changing in this breaststroke leg. Laverton still just holding on to their Wyndham still just holding on to their lead. But now coming strongly over here in lane 8 is Ballarat Gold A. Moving into second is Gisborne Thunder, and third, Furbank Aquastars. So Ballarat Gold A lead through the halfway mark, just ahead of Gisborne and Furbank Aquastars. So Ballarat Gold have extended their lead out to a body length over Furbank Aquastars, who have moved into second, ahead of Gisborne in third. So Ballarat Gold will go into the freestyle leg with 1.5 body length leads in this second heat over Furbank, and now moving into third is DVE. So Ballarat Gold is going to take this second heat out, but the battle for the minor places is nice and tight, with Furbank currently leading the battle for second. Becoming strong is Cheltenham in lane 5. So Ballarat Gold will take this heat out in a time of 2:06.56, ahead of Furbank and Cheltenham in third. So that moves Ballarat Gold into the hot seat in a time of 2:06.56 as we move on to our third heat of this event. We have 4 heats of our girls 13 to 18 200 metre medley relay. Underway here in Heat 3 of event 49. Melbourne Swimming Club B led through the first backstroke leg here in Heat 3, and they're still holding on their lead halfway through this breaststroke, being challenged in lane 1 by Warragul A, and in lane 3 and 4 by Bayside and Melbourne Vic Center. Bayside has now moved into the lead as we change over from breaststroke to butterfly, with Melbourne Vic Center in second and Geelong Swimming Club moving into third. Through 25 metres of butterfly, Bayside continues to lead, but Melbourne Vic Center has closed the distance and has now moved in front off the turn. Melbourne Vic Center has extended their lead in their second 25 of the butterfly as we come into the butterfly to freestyle changeovers. Melbourne Vic Center will touch first ahead of Bayside and Geelong in third. Melbourne Vic Center does look like they're going to take out this third heat as they've got a comfortable body length and a half lead as we approach the final turn. Bayside is in second, a body length clear of Geelong in third. Geelong are now starting to be challenged on their inside by both Haileybury and Surrey Park, with Melbourne Swimming Club over the far side also in that race for third. But it is Melbourne Vic Center taking it out in a 2:02.35 ahead of Bayside, and Melbourne Swimming Club getting the touch for third. So that 2:02.35 is the fastest time we've had so far. So Melbourne Vic Center will move into the hot seat. Well, just a reminder and relays, it's really important that we wait for the officials' results, as lots of changeovers are to consider for legalities as well as the normal stroke that need to be done correctly. Lots of action, but lots of things that need to be executed well to put together a good relay team. As we move on to the fourth and final heat of event 49, the girls 13 to 18 4x50 medley relay. Melbourne Vic's in a lead through Sienna Shepherd at a 28.89 in this fourth and final heat. Now moving up is MLC. And they do take over the lead through this first 25 of breaststroke through Charlie Millard. Melbourne Vic Center holding second place. Also swimming well is Wadding and Surrey Park. So MLC through Alana Torrance is going to touch for this last changeover in front. Wadding has now moved into second with Melbourne Vic Center in third. So Amrita will lead through this first 25 for MLC. The gap between second and third is closing.
with Giselle Davey. Fantastic turn has chased down Nutta Wadding as they go head-to-head for the second and third, but it will be MLC who take this out in a 1:55.59. Giselle Davey getting the touch from Melbourne Vic Center in second, and Nutta Wadding in third. Again, those times are the fastest times recorded, so our medal winners will come from that fourth and final heat. We're now moving on to our final event of the evening, event 50, the boys 13 to 18, 4x50 medley relay. We have 5 heats. Hopping into the water is heat 1. In this opening heat, our team in lane 5 from Kangaroo Flats has led this race from start to finish and will take out this opening heat ahead of King's Swim Club over in lane 3. So Kangaroo Flat touch first in a 2:11.06. Ahead of Kings, and Flyers in third. So our time to beat from that opening heat is a 2:11.06. As we now move along to heat 2. Making some final adjustments to the backstroke ledges before we get underway here in heat 2.
leading through the butterfly leg was Flyers, backstroke leg, sorry, was Flyers over in lane 0. Moving into the lead after the first 25 of our breaststroke leg is Swimland Swim Club down here in lane 8. And they're out to a 2-body length lead over a nice battle in the middle of the pool between Melbourne Vic Center, Lavington and Doncaster Templestowe. So Swimland continue to lead, with Melbourne Vic Center now clearing out into second place and Doncaster Templestowe in third. Melbourne Vic Center's closing the gap to Swimland, and those two teams are going to be neck and neck as we enter the freestyle leg here in Heat 2. It is Swimland slightly ahead, but after the changeover, Melbourne Vic Center has opened up a body length lead, with Doncaster Templestowe moving into second. Melbourne Vic Center is going to take Heat 2 out here, with Doncaster Templestowe in second, and Swimland going to hold on for third. Melbourne Vic Center touching a 1:55.16, ahead of Doncaster Templestowe, and Swimland in third. At 1:55.16 set by Melbourne Vic Center is the new time to beat for Heat 3, who are now behind the blocks as our timekeepers help our swimmers get their backstroke ledgers ready to start. Underway here in Heat 3 of event 50. With Cheltenham Western Melbourne Propulsion has now moved into the lead here in Heat 3, just ahead of Cheltenham, and also swimming well down here in lane 8 is Melton. Those three are the first three through that 100-metre changeover, and in fourth place, the CGGS Aquatic over in lane 0. So Western Melbourne Propulsion lead through that first 25 of Butterfly. Cheltenham closed the gap to them just fractionally, as both teams are 10 metres off that wall from Ahmed and Xavier. Great battle in the last 10 metres here between Cheltenham and Western Melbourne Propulsion. Neck and neck under the flags. Who's going to have the hand on the wall? And it is Cheltenham just getting the touch ahead of Western Melbourne Propulsion and CGGS Aquatic over there in lane 0, taking out third. So that time of 1:52.93, thanks to that finish of Alexander Barrett, has put Cheltenham into the lead after the first three heats. We now move on to Heat 4
our second last heat of the evening. Till everyone was nice and settled before the referee whistled them in.
Take your mark.
Off to a fantastic start. Louis Ainley from Bayside in lane 1, 25.68, has given them the early lead, and they're looking to capitalise that in their breaststroke, still leading by about a body length and a half. Starting to move through is Aquatic Aquatic, Western Melbourne Propulsion A team, and Ballarat Gold. Also swimming well is HC Swim Club, our visitors down here in lane 9. Bayside still just hold on to the lead, just ahead of Ballarat Gold, with Propulsion in third. This is anyone's race as we enter the butterfly, with 6 teams within a second as halfway through the butterfly leg. Leading in the closing stages of the butterfly is Ballarat Gold, but in second place is HC Swim Club down in lane 9. Thanks to a fantastic freestyle leg from Tyler, they have Western Melbourne Propulsion have taken that heat out in a 1:49.33, ahead of Ballarat Gold and Kangaroo Aquatic. So Western Melbourne Propulsion A team are now in the hot seat with that 1:49.33 as we head towards our 5th and final heat of the evening. This is our last race of the evening before we finish with some medal ceremonies for all our 4 relays events that we've just contested. Again, we're just getting those backstroke ledges set, letting the crowd quieten down just a little bit and everyone settle before we start this final heat, and have the swimmers in the water move down the lane rope so they're out of the way of the boys jumping into the water, to make sure that everyone has a nice, fair start. We just need to make a bit of a ledge adjustment here in lane 8. Our fantastic technical officials helping there to make sure that we've got the ledge set on the right height, and so it will be fair for all swimmers. Looks like we are about set to go. Just to add to the tension before this final heat.
Key to stay relaxed if you're a backstroker in the water. Yanning Zhang gave the lead after the backstroke leg to Nutter Wadding. They still hold it through Une Geisler after the breaststroke leg, just ahead of Surrey Park, with the MLC A team in thirds. Through the first 25 of Butterfly, Nutter Wadding continue to hold their lead over Surrey Park by half a body length, with a nice tight battle for third. But MLC looks like they've started to clear out, just ahead of Nutter Wadding B team. As we enter the final changeover, Nutter Wadding lead by a body length over Surrey Park, with MLC and Nutter Wadding B team neck and neck for thirds. Nutter Wadding A team are going to take this fourth heat out ahead of Surrey Park. The battle is for third, with MLC finishing really strongly and is consolidated place ahead of Nutter Wadding. And that concludes our action here on day one of the Victorian Age Short Course Championships. A fantastic evening of swimming, highlighted by Lily Kosh and Yanning Zhang breaking Victorian age group records. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. Until then, goodbye.